Honorable members, the document is on tablets. So I think we can now proceed. Chair, budget.
Honorable Speaker, I'm honored this morning to table on this third assembly for the session the budget, that is the Budget and Appropriation Committee report for the budget estimate for the financial year 2025-2026 as a document for this House, and I table.
Thank you, Chair. The report is, the document is duly tabled, and the same shall be processed as directed by the House Business Committee, that is pursuant to Standing Order 157 5D. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Mr. Speaker, there is a notice of motion to be given by the Honorable Isaac Kongo-Wanjiru.
Very well. Honorable Isaac Kongo-Wanjiru, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to give a notice of motion. That is, I beg to give a notice of motion that pursuant to Standing Order 216, subsection 6, this House does adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Nyandarua County Annual Budget Estimate for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026 as tabled on the, that is tabled on 6th May 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Notice of motion is duly given, and the same shall be processed as directed by the House Business Committee, that is pursuant to Standing Order 157 5D. Next order.
Order number 7, statements. Order number 8, motions and bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, under this order, there are 2 motions to be moved. The first one being a procedural motion by the Honorable Isaac Kongo-Wanjiru.
Very well. Honorable Isaac Kongo-Wanjiru, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Member for Enjoy Ward.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 236, the motion, I move the motion that pursuant to this Standing Order 216.6, this House does adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Nyandarua County Annual Budget Estimate for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026, as tabled, that is tabled on 6th May 2025. We wanted to be exempted from the requirement of the Standing Order 50, subsection 5B, that requires a notice of motion to be given at least 1 day before the motion appears on the order paper. Honorable Speaker, I know that all the members know today that it's a special sitting that was specifically dedicated to come and discuss the budget estimate for the financial year 2025-2026. And also, Honorable Speaker, today being 27th, and tomorrow is a weekend, that is on Saturday and Sunday, we have only today and Monday to table this report so that we can meet the requirement that requires to move the budget or to pass the budget within the financial year 2025, that is before 30th of June. And Honorable Speaker, as a result, I am requesting this House to allow us and to exempt us so that we can finish with the business of passing the budget today. And I call upon Honorable Gashomba, member of the Commissioner, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do second.
Thank you. I propose the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 236. This House does adopt the report of Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Nyandarua County Annual Budget Estimate for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year ended 2025-2026, table on 6th May 2025, be exempted from the requirement of Standing Order 55B that requires a notice of motion be given at least 1 day before the motion appears on the order paper. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that this House does adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the Nyandarua County annual budget estimates for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026, tabled on 6th May 2025, be exempted from the requirement of Standing Order 55B that requires a notice of motion be given at least 1 day before the motion appears on the order paper. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, under the same order, there is a substantive motion to be moved by the Honorable Isaac Kong'o-Wanjiru.
Very well. Honorable Isaac Kong'o-Wanjiru, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to move Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that pursuant to Standing Order 216, subsection 6, this House does adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the supplementary budget estimate for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026, that is tabled on 6th May 2025. Honorable Speaker, today I'm pleased and humbled to bring to this House the budget estimates for the county government of Nyandarua that comprises the Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026. Before I read the report, Honorable Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the members and the support that we have received from the members of this County Assembly, the support we have received from the Executive, and the support that you have received from your office together with the staff of this Assembly. We are moving this budget this morning, the very hard circumstances that we have been facing in the last few days. Number one, all of us know that we are mourning one of our members, a heroine who was a ranking member in this Assembly and a defender of health issues in this county. A great leader who has served this county in a span of three regimes, and who had been able to set aside herself as a true leader, a mother to many of us, and a leader that we could go and seek advice, not only on governance issues, but also on social issues. We pay our tribute to our colleague, Madam Beth Wahito. And I want to say that may his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Speaker, we have also done this budget under very hard circumstances of the issues and occurrences that are happening within this country. As late as yesterday, we were almost through with the budget, but as a result of what happened within this nation, as a result of the demonstration by the Gen Z, which was occasioned by a lot of intolerance by the current regime, all of us knows the kind of destruction that happened to our county. We have lost properties, vehicles, and infrastructures worth more than 200 million. And the budget committee had to sit down again, try to work out on budget to see on how we can maybe try to get an allocation to try and mitigate some of the issues that happened on the day before yesterday. It's very disappointing. It was not necessary. If the police were less stringent enough, I think out of intolerance, we have seen what can happen. So, Honorable Speaker, we have to really work hard, go back to the drawing board, and I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the members for coming in, for assisting us, and made sure that today we have a report and a budget. I also want to sincerely thank my secretariat, who have worked under very, very, very hard circumstances. These guys are true patriots of Nyandarua. I don't know whether they slept today. And I also want, I'm thanking all of them, but I also want to specially thank the leader of the group, Mr. Bernard Kifoi Gitonga. I think that guy is special. That guy has been able to work throughout, assisting us to come up with a report. And my dear Honorable Speaker, today is his graduation. Actually, even as we are tabling the report today, I don't know how he prepared for graduation, because even as late as 1 yesterday, we were talking at night. He was still consulting on some issues. And he is graduating with masters in finance today at JKU. We need to congratulate that guy. He's a special guy, by all means. I have not seen a guy who is so passionate and committed to his duties to that extent. Actually, we wish him well. We can tell him that the skies are the limit. He's going to go far, because God is a rewarder of hard work. Honorable Speaker, allow me to take the least time possible with this report, because I know that members have been able to interact with these issues. We have canvassed, we had public participation, we had talked at the individual level. And Honorable Speaker, I know the document is in they have the document and they will be able to interact. So I will take the least time possible, Honorable Speaker, and I will just highlight on some of the basic and relevant issues that we were able to do within this budget. Honorable Speaker, one thing that I want to note is about the basket of our revenue within this year's budget. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that before that, we were able to follow the procedure and the process when we were coming with this budget. When the budget was tabled, it is expected of us to go for public participation. We were able to go for public participation each and every sub-county. It is required of our standing orders that we should conduct public participation at least within the sub-counties. We were able to do that, and we have noted some of the issues that were raised by the members of the public. If you look at our introduction part of it, we have indicated some of the issues that were raised within those meetings where we conducted public participation. We have also been able to contact the executive on some of the issues. And Honorable Speaker, I think this is an inclusive document that has undergone the right legal procedure and process. And so as we table this today, it is an agreement document as a result of consensus between the public, the executive, and the assembly. Honorable Speaker, the budget estimate for the financial year 2025-2026 reflect a total proposed expenditure of Kenya shillings 8,184,870. Of this amount, 5,613,560,000, that is 68.61%, was allocated to the recurrent expenditure, while Kenya shillings 2,569,310,000, that is 31.39%, was designated for development expenditure. Honorable Speaker, we have the proposed financing for the submitted budget as follows. We have 6.205 billion 950,000 from the national government as the equitable share. We have Kenya 1,78,920,000 as projected conditional grant from the national government and development partner. We have Kenya shillings 600 from the own source revenue, and Kenya 300,000 as an appropriation in aid, that is FIF. So, Honorable Speaker, at that point, I really want to state something, because we have we have been able to give the breakdowns of those sources of revenue, but there is something that I want to note when it comes to the issues of grant, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank, and I think this assembly, we owe our gratitude, and this county owes our gratitude to one son of the soil, Honorable Senator of this county, Honorable Medho. Honorable Medho has fought like a true son of the soil to make sure that Nyandarua is included in the marginalization fund. I think there has been a lot of issues circulating this issue of marginalization. All of us knows that Nyandarua has been marginalized. According to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, it is indicated that 0.5%, that is Article 204, 0.5% of the national revenue should go to marginalization. And initially, this amount was being shared amongst 11 counties. Nyandarua was not one of them. But this year, beyond all odds, our son was able to fight in the Senate. And Nyandarua became, for the first time, to be the 12th county to share within this 0.5%. That is approximately 10 billion, bringing an additional of 371 million to Nyandarua County. I think he deserves to be recognized by this House. Nyandarua, by all means, has been marginalized. We know that Nyandarua is among the new counties. Actually, people started settling here in 1978, after independence in 1963, all the way 1978, 81. And we lacked basic facilities. That is infrastructure, that is water, electricity, connectivity, and we deserved. Actually, it has been a historical injustice for the last 10 years to deny Nyandarua County Equalization Fund so that we can be able to be up to other counties that have been getting development early before revolution. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I really don't want to go into, because there is a schedule table there that has indicated what is going to which department. That is from the office of the governor all the way to the county assembly, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe, Chair, just for something critical you said, I beg your pardon. The is it 0.02 or 0.2 that goes to the marginalized?
They dictate, that is 0.
That is article?
That 204.
Okay. That is important for members' information.
Actually, it is a money that is meant to bring equality across the whole country so that we can be able to bring up those counties that were left behind. And Honorable Speaker.
Clarification from the Chair.
Yes, Honorable Ngeshe.
Chair, you see, Chair Budget has just mentioned something on recognizing the effort of Senator. I was thinking standing ovation was one of it. Maybe you need to clarify.
Honorable Speaker, within I don't actually, within your discretion, if the members of this House feel that the Honorable Senator deserves a standing ovation, I'm not against that. Honorable Speaker, I can accuse 1 minute for that standing ovation, and then we can continue with our report.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose that as many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Then we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I strongly believe that I strongly believe that he deserves that standing ovation. Actually, he was able to fight under very harsh circumstances. We know what is happening with this nation. He was able to rob it, and eventually we succeeded. Honorable Speaker, allow me to state that some of the issues that were raised by the members, they expected that we are going to give an irreducible minimum of 37 million. That is our ward fund. Honorable Speaker, I want to promise the members of this county assembly that we have been able to do that. There is no single ward that is going to get anything less than 37 million for ward fund. The issue of special elected members, because they also represent, they have an electorate that they represent. As we concluded the ward fund, we have also been able to cater for at least increase 1 million from 3 million initially what they were getting. For this financial year, they will get 4 million to cater for the special interest. Honorable Speaker, I think we have also been able to increase the budget for the county assembly. And Honorable Speaker, you know that we wanted some development in the county assembly. And there was a request that we need to finish out with the ongoing development project and also start some new projects. And if you look at the budget, we have been able to increase it with almost to 110 million for development. We are now at 1.184, and I know even as we go further to the supplementary budget, we'll be able to get to the target request of 120 million. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I want to say is that we have retained the program for the AI. We all know that there was a program that was launched by His Excellency the Governor of AI at 1.5 million per ward, and I please request the executive to make sure they take care of this program. It is one of the serious program that we have that is a changing for our farmers. We have also retained 500,000 per ward, which will go to what we are calling crop promotion. Actually, the members of this county assembly will be able to sit with His Excellency the Governor and suggest the crop that they want to be promoted in their ward. So other than what we have been doing, providing a homogeneous way of saying that if it is maize, it's maize, or potatoes, this time we have left it blank. We have dedicated 500,000 for crop promotion within the ward. You go and sit with the technical people at the agriculture department together with the governor and decide what crop you want promoted within your ward. The other thing we have been able to do within this budget is that members have decided, and I think this was unanimous, that we are going to reduce significantly the machinery program, in-house machinery program, and increase what we call the framework for machinery for hire. And I think the individual members have been able to liaise with the budget committee. We have attested to that, and we have been able to cater as your needs, as you indicated to us. The other thing that we have been able to change significantly, you will see a reduction in bursary, because actually, you know, there is a court ruling that states that it is not within our purview to be giving bursaries for the secondary schools and universities and colleges. So we are restricted within the TVETs. So you will see that there is a significant. But one thing we have done, there are those members that did not receive their share of budget in this financial year. They were disadvantaged. We have put 64.5 million for those wards. They will discuss what they want to do with that money later because they deserve it. It was their right. By then, it was within their reducible minimum, and they should be allocated that money, which later they were going to tell us how they want to use that money. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that members need to note is that we have given money for the moving of our stadium at Engineer. We are reallocating as a result of the market that was done by the national government. We are reallocating Engineer Stadium. So we have provided money to reallocate that stadium. We have also provided money. His Excellency the Governor has notified us that Nyandarua County has been granted a branch level for Agriculture Society of Kenya. And we need to start preparing. There is an intention of hosting an agricultural show coming next year, June. So we have provided some money, 10 million, to start preparing the grounds at the Park House there for the next year. Those are some of the new issues that we have been able to introduce in the budget. The other issue, because I can see my chair of health is very curious on what we have been able to do in his department of health. Number one, we have provided the required stipend for CHP. That is 41 million as shilling for a shilling, as the national government give 41. We have also able to allocate 15 million for the arrears for the 2023-2024 for the CHP. And I know that the chair will going to follow up that the CHP are paid. They are 6 months arrear that they were not paid. Another thing we have been able to do, we have set aside some amount of money, about 20 million, for recruitment of specialists at JM. And I want this money to state clearly that this money should go to the recruitment of specialists. We want JM to come to level 5 hospital. I know members saw yesterday or the other day that Kisumu Referral Hospital has become a national referral hospital. And as a result of that, they received 3 billion. If this hospital becomes a level 4, automatically we qualify for over 300 million grant from the national government. We don't need infrastructure. We all need the specialist. We need an internist so that it can become an intern center for doctors. We need a surgeon. We need a cardiologist. And I think what we have been able to provide, we'll be able to recruit the necessary specialists so that we can go to the next level and start enjoying money for the referrals hospital. We have also been able to give money that is around 100 million. As yesterday, His Excellency the Governor was at the DOD. You know that this, the JM Mashujaa complex has been given to the army to do the rest of construction. We have done 55%. The rest of 45% will be done by the army. And I think as late as yesterday, His Excellency was able to communicate. They are in the final stage of agreeing with the contractor so that they can hand over. But we need to pay the contractor the dues. So we have allocated 100 million for that facility so that we can be able to give it to the army to do the rest of the works. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to education and social, I want to say that despite that the department is losing much from the budget, I want to thank the members because I have realized that most of the members have reallocated the same amount of money and most of the money have gone to the early childhood development for the ECD classes and also for the TVETs. And I also want to promise Honorable Gathongo that we have relooked at the budget for alcohol board so that they can be able, they have done a lot of work for this county, not only regulating alcohol, but also for revenue. And we have been able to relook at their budget so that they can be effective in their work. Honorable Speaker, we are also coming up with an, you know our library is down, but we have allocated some money for a new library. That one has been allocated. Those who are closely following on the issues at the Senate, one of the pertinent issues that were raised at the Senate is that we have not been able to operationalize our Cabro work. A plant that was funded at the KUSIP through the World Bank. We have been able to provide money in this budget to operationalize. We don't want to hear of it again. It should go on now. And for those who are mostly in the sub-counties, we have agreed with the governor. We start putting Cabro in our sub-county headquarters. So you should start preparing because with that money we have given for operationalization is to produce Cabros and those Cabros to be given to our youth to go there. And that is why we have been able to allocate 25 million for trade fund. And we have agreed with His Excellency the Governor, he is going to follow a different route this time round. We are going to do what we call LPO financing for marginalized groups. Those are the Agipo ones. That is the youth, women, and people living with disability. And we have agreed that 1 million each will go to each and every ward. That is why we have 25 million. You identify a group of youth, women, who can be given small tenders within the county. They are financed, they are paid, they pay the loans. So we have been able to provide 25 million. And I searched the House, and more specifically, the Committee on Trade. I can see the Vice Chair is present. We follow up on this fund so that it become operational this financial year. Otherwise, it has overstayed, and we need really to operationalize it. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that I really want us to notice that we have increased pending bills. As tabled, the pending bills were at 198 million. We have been able to increase that to around 238 million. And I think we needed more, but we couldn't get. But this is our own effort toward making sure that we are able to reduce the debt for this county. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the executive. For the first time, they allowed us to interact with the IPPD data, the famous IPPD data. And we sent our secretariat, they were able to look at that, and we realized some very amazing things, Honorable Speaker. One of the things we noted is that there have been issues with gratuity. They have not been submitting gratuity. Our employees have been lacking some of very serious benefits like fringe benefits. And what we have done, we have been able to separate what we call the basic salary and the benefits. So that's this time now they don't tell us you didn't pay gratuity, it went to salaries, because we initially we used to do it as a lump sum. And Honorable Speaker, what we are saying is that we have also introduced around 14 million to pay the gratuity, which is in debt. We have provided that money. We have also increased their salaries, that is their benefits, so that they can pay their employees the fringe benefits. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to say is that we have factored some money for the retirees, 16.4 million for the retirees of the defunct county council. They were, after the transition, they were supposed to, the government was supposed to take both the assets and the liabilities, and they were supposed to pay pension, that is the gratuity, and it has overdelayed since 2013. It has never been paid, but for the first time, we have provided 16.4 million to clear. These are Nyandaruan people. They are suffering there. They are elderly, senior citizens, because they are retired, and we want them to get their dues and enjoy at their old age. So we have given them 16.4 million, and we are going to follow up that money is paid. As I come to conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I also want to say this, that we may not have been able to allocate sufficient resources as demanded by each and every stakeholder. But what we have been able to provide is good enough to take us to the next level as a county. Out of what happened the other day, that is day before yesterday, we have been able to allocate almost 40 million. That is for refurbishment of those houses that were burnt down. That is the sub-county headquarters for Orkarau and the adjacent buildings. You know that the CCM roads, the car for CCM road was burnt down. We have been able to allocate money for a new car, and also Chief Officer Agriculture. We have been able to allocate money for that. We have been able to allocate 6 million for the furniture that was stolen, and others were burnt down. But we still have a challenge in that area because our exhauster, our water bosser, and some other lorries there were burnt. But as we work out, I know that the government will find a way. We have also said, Honorable Speaker, that we need to change our policy on insurance, because we have been providing general insurance for the assets, which we only provide for theft, accident, and fire. But it does not cover what we call periodical rioting. And they had indicated we use 23 million, but there is a request to increase it to around 40, so that it can cover in totality. So that such case happens again, we can know that our properties and our vehicles and our assets are safe. So we have done that. We have in agreement with the finance that we are going to have what we call a comprehensive cover, including the political. Honorable Speaker, having said that, and arising from the foregoing, the committee has made the following recommendation: that the House approves the Nyandarua County Budget Estimate financial year 2025-2026 for the both County Executive and the County Assembly, together with the annex attached. That the county government budget estimate for the financial year 2025-2026 be applied in accordance with Annex 1 attached here too. That the County Assembly budget estimate for the financial year 2025-2026 be applied in accordance with Annex 2 attached, that is for County Assembly. That pursuant to Section 129 subsection 7 of the PFMA Act 2012, upon approval of the budget estimate by the County Assembly, the County Executive Committee member for Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue shall prepare and submit a county appropriation bill to the County Assembly for approved estimates. Number 5, that pursuant to Section 104(1)(d) of the PFMA Act 12, the CEC Finance, Economic Planning, ICT, and Revenue should mobilize resources to the fund the county budget requirement and establish mechanism to increase revenue. This will help reduce over-reliance on national shareable revenue and caution against delays in exchequer disbursement. That in accordance with regulations 41(2) of the County Government PFMA Regulation 2015, debt service payments shall take first charge of the county revenue fund, and accordance, and accounting officer shall ensure that the county does not default on its debt obligation. That the county executive should commence timely implementation of the budget to improve absorption by the initiating procurement process without unnecessary delay. Honorable Speaker, as I come to conclusion, I want the members to note, and I also want to pay my gratitude to the Council of Governors. Every member knows what happened to fuel levy. And the Council of Governors was able to go to court, and we have received a third. I think 35% of what was remaining is already in our CRIF account of 78 million. We have been able to factor it in this budget. We have also gone on, we have rolled it up to the next financial year, but I know it is ready for implementation. We have also factored 222 million for the coming year, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we cannot be able to receive money, because we know after the court ruling now we will be receiving fuel levy. But I want to say this, it is very disappointing for the National Assembly. I don't know, whoever bewitched our National Assembly did a very great disservice to this nation. They are the people who have been a hindrance to the fuel levy. They stood against the counties they come from. When they go to Nairobi, they behave as if they were born and brought up in Nairobi. These are members of county assembly who come from counties. They know the state of our infrastructure, especially the roadworks. When they go to that same house to fight against fuel levy, it's a great disservice to this nation. And I don't know what we are going to do. Because I was looking at them yesterday, they spent a whole afternoon after what happened with Gen Z. Instead of sitting down and introspecting what is happening to this nation, there is a lot of anger, a lot of desperation. Young men are coming out and they are ready to die because they want change in this nation. They went to school. The job they promised our young people are not there. The other day they just embezzled money, promising them that they are foreign jobs. It was just a scam. The other day they promised that they are going to create jobs using the housing levy. A shambolic program that is not doing anything. Instead of sitting down as a House of Representatives for this nation, they were trivializing the matter, discussing an individual, politicizing it. I think we need to look at that person with which this assembly, that National Assembly, because it is a great, great disservice. Honorable Speaker, I know you are a lawyer. And there are two lawyers in this country that I'm wondering whether maybe the Honorable Speaker will tell us what is being taught there. When you see a whole CS in charge of internal security, giving an order to shoot to kill, somebody who swore by the Constitution of this country and understand that there is Chapter 4, Bill of Rights and Fundamental Freedoms in this country, and you are giving an order for shoot to kill. And you saw. I think this is an example, and a good example, of what power can do to an individual. Power corrupts. And I think it's an embarrassment to the learned friends fraternity. We need to recheck at what is happening. Where is the Mukomen who was passionate, leader of majority leader in the last regime, fighting about extrajudicial killing and the Yara River issues? Today he is giving orders for shoot to kill. This is what power can do to an individual. Serious embarrassment. Another person, women rep from, I don't know whether who is one Sinigishu, sorry, Boshorei, giving us a lecture about the Maraga, that he should not go to demonstrate because he is receiving pension. She should understand that it's not her pension. She's not paying Maraga. It is the taxpayers' money. And she is going there to defend the employer, the taxpayers' money that he is giving for pension. Is this his right? The fact that he was a CJ and retired for that matter doesn't absolve his rights within the Constitution for association, for freedom, for speech, and even to demonstrate. I think these people have lost, and we are hopeful that this financial year, Honorable Speaker, they are not going to work against the counties when it comes to the fuel levy. And with those few remarks, I move and invite my Vice Chair to second.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. For the presentation, I heard you said you don't know what you are going to do to them, but what we are going to do is what you are doing in Kipipiri currently. So I call the seconder.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I like to support this report that have been presented by my chair, my able chair, Honorable Kongo. And from onset, I would wish also to thank my team, that is the 14 members, because we have co-opted 2 members, that is actually 3 members. That is the majority leader, and also the chairman finance, and also our commissioner, Honorable Madu, plus the 11 members. That is, you can see all the members are here, and we are very happy that the committee members have come to support their report, because this is their report. And once they own the report, honorable members, you can be sure this is a report that we've started all the way from the ground, that is the ADP, then CFSP, then here we are after we are done with the consultation. So, Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my chair in congratulating our director, and I'm very happy with the current CASIB, because you find it fit to promote the young man, that is Mr. Bernard, from a lower position to a position of a director. So on this one, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my committee, that is Budget Chair, we are very happy that you've seen that this young man can deliver, and there's something that he can offer for this assembly. Honorable Speaker, as a chair, as a committee, we are very happy, and we congratulate him on his graduation today. So, Honorable Speaker, much have been said, that is about this report, and we all agree this is a negotiated report, Honorable Speaker. And if you remember, you have even facilitated this committee to get together with this assembly, Honorable Speaker, to very many meetings, consultation meetings, together with the executive, and also all the stakeholders have been consulted. Even as late as yesterday, Honorable Speaker, we had the Department of Finance in this house, Honorable Speaker, and the consultation was on further changes. Remember, there was a destruction that was done at our part of our extension offices, that is the sub-county or sub-county office, and also to our vehicles. And I'm even made to understand that even part of the vehicles that are used by our ministers were burnt down, and we had to chip in as an assembly and allocate some funds for emergency, so that those vehicles that can wait for the next budget or the next allocation, maybe we can consider them in the next supplementary budget or even in the next budget. But those that are emergency, I mean vehicles that can cause changes, we had to allocate some money. And I'm happy, Chair and your committee, we agreed that we allocate some money for this. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the program on machinery, and even before that, I want to thank these members, because you all understand that we are in a mood whereby we have lost our member, that is Honorable Waheto, who was a friend, a colleague, and a mother, and also somebody who was loved by our people, that is people from Kinangop and the entire Nyandarua County, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it was our wish as a committee, that is a budget committee, that we discuss this budget after the burial of our colleague. But Honorable Speaker, after consultation and looking at all the legal frameworks, Honorable Speaker, we agreed that the deadline for submission of this budget, that is a complete approved budget, is on 30th, Honorable Speaker, 30th of this month. That means by closure of business, that is on Monday, we are supposed to have finished the whole process of budget making, and that means we had no other option, and we had to plead with the House to allocate time so that once we come here today, we shall have maybe achieved the legal requirements on submission of this budget, Honorable Speaker. So I want to thank the members of this House who have accepted to come. We accept these, we've approved this budget so that we meet the required timelines. So, Honorable Speaker, if I may mention some of the issues that we feel were important, other than what Honorable Chair have said. There is the issue of machinery program. Our members, especially those members who are here in the last assembly, you remember very well, we had allocated almost 500 plus million to buy the machinery and also to facilitate the program. We had even come up with a policy on how we are going to dispense the program, Honorable Speaker. But 5 years later, that was 2020. Today, we are in 2025. And Honorable Chair Rhodes is here with us. He can confirm that the kind of machines that were bought by then, and comparing the work that we have been doing, actually even we had a recommendation that the machines were supposed to work for 3 years. Then from there we start having problems in terms of downtime and mechanical problems and repair charges going very high. So, Honorable Speaker, it has been reported to this committee by the elected members of this House that as we speak, it is not tenable to continue giving this program more money and expecting better results like they were doing when the machines were new. So, Honorable Speaker, as we speak, we are spending more money on repair and maintenance, and also, the downtime and when it comes to achieving the annual output that we expect, it is not coming through, Honorable Speaker. So we have decided as a committee, maybe with the consultation with the elected members, that we shall we allocate at least 2 million per ward, and that will give us a total of 50 million. That is for the whole program, and with this one, the rest the members will have allocated depending on the need of their wards. So that is why we have reduced this money from 4 million to 2 million. And we are very happy that the governor has come up with another program, that is a framework program that is efficient, it is faster, and also cost effective in terms of output. That is the number of kilometers that are going to the ground, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to Bunge, you agree with me. If you look at what happened in the first assembly, that is in 2013, 2017, there was an allocation of construction of a new assembly, Honorable Speaker. That is the assembly, that is the plenary, and also fencing of our assembly, Honorable Speaker. The second assembly managed to construct the new offices, that is the staff offices, and also the offices of the honorable members. And that tells you the money that have been injected in this assembly for the last two regimes, at least there is something, and there is something that we can say, something has been done. Honorable Speaker, for your leadership, looking at your strategic plan, that is the leadership at the CASIB, looking at the strategic plan of Nyandarua County CASIB, we have seen that you have allocated some money. There was a plan to come up with a conference facility whereby, this is a political house, and most of the political activities are usually meetings and all that. So, Honorable Speaker, your CASIB have requested that you need to come up with a conference facility, and we have allocated part of the money so that you can, the CASIB can start the construction, and maybe going forward at the supplementary level, and also the next main budget, we can maybe finish that program. So by so doing, Honorable Speaker, we have seen other assemblies. If we look at the 47 counties that we have in this country, Honorable Speaker, you realize that some assemblies never grow, Honorable Speaker. We have seen assemblies that are still in their de facto, county councils' offices. And looking at, comparing them and our assembly, we can still say that I am not sure that we are not number one, but even if you are not number one, we can never be anything less than number one or number two in the whole country. So, Honorable Speaker, even as you plan or you design the conference facility, I'm requesting the CASIB to design something that will match whatever has been done previously. That is this assembly and also the administration block that we have. And I'm sure with your leadership, we shall get the best. Maybe just to touch on the issues of agriculture, the Honorable Governor, in his wisdom, have found it light that we do crop promotion, and I agree that we have allocated 500,000 per ward. That is for either seed multiplication on potatoes, and I understand there is a specific target on the Ragwa constituency, whereby after he has done research with his team, and I can see members of the Ragwa constituency here, Honorable Wajiro have just arrived, and Honorable Adongo is with us here. I can see the minority leader, the deputy majority leader is here, Honorable Kagwe. I am made to understand that after research was done, that in terms of soil suitability and also weather and all that, the county government have found it that it is important that it start coffee farming in Nyandarua. And therefore, the target on the 500,000 is to initiate a program on coffee farming. The only part that I'm not sure that the coffee plant will do very well, maybe Honorable Gadongo will tell us, is the fire end that is on the Shao and the other side. But I'm sure Honorable Gadongo will advise once we get we retreat to our committee as the Ragwa leadership. So, Honorable Speaker, it is also good to try these new inventions, and once there is returns on that, there is no problem. Honorable Speaker, the issue of certified seed, we've just seen that there is a general increase on allocations on certified seeds. That is on maize stalks and potato and all that. And Honorable Speaker, with this, I'm sure that we shall boost the harvest from our farmers, Honorable Speaker. The issue of CHP, those of us who have been elected, the 25 members, you agree with me that the work that is being done by these young people and these professionals, that is community health promoters, can never even match what has been done by people who have been paid, who are in permanent and pensionable scale. And what these people are getting is only 2,500 from the county government and 2,500 from the national government. That is a total of 5,000. Honorable Speaker, if you compare that, the 5,000 that the CHP professionals are doing, and what maybe even people who have been employed by the government, the assistant chiefs and the chiefs and and any other, even the extension officers, that is the livestock extension officers, the crop extension of officers, what they have been doing, and what these CHP are doing, Honorable Speaker, it is not even comparable. And these people are doing it from the heart. These are people who would visit your mother, they would visit your aunt, and make sure that her health is in good condition, and in case there is a problem, they would report it. These are people you can rely on. If a CHP officer tells you there is a problem at a specific area in terms of road connectivity, you can be sure that is a report that is genuine and that is a real-time report. And Honorable Speaker, we need to support these people in terms of maybe increasing their salary, even if we have not been able. I understand the governor has a proposal to continue increasing their salary annually, maybe to a tune of 500 or even 1,000. By the time maybe we get to 2027, you have increased maybe to 4,000. That is a county contribution. We urge even the national government to follow suit, so that once they increase, and maybe they can even increase in a better way, other than increasing in 500. And I think even the idea of giving them 2,500 from onset was an ill-advised, because these people, what they are doing is at a high level. So I appreciate what the governor has done in terms of maybe organizing them in a CBO, and even supporting their CBO. I'm happy in the last supplementary budget, we allocated 3 million because there was a target to, to facilitate them. And I understand the chair was telling us that they want to buy, a house. And the house, if you look at the total cost of a house as today, is around 7 million. So the first allocation was 3 million, and there's an increase of 4 million. So that means by closure of business by December, they will have been able to achieve getting a new house, so that they can continue helping our people. So, Honourable Speaker, there is the issue of what happened just the other day when we had the Gen Z demonstrations, and I also want to join the other leaders in condemning what the authorities are doing against our young people who are just requesting for proper leadership and good supply of what has been given to the government. Honourable Speaker, if you look at the destruction that was done, and if you followed keenly that day, you realize that our Gen Zs, or our young people, were very organized in the morning. And what triggered them was the shooting and killing of a young man, Kamau, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, were it not for the shooting and killing of that young man, the Gen Zs were very organized. They were very obedient, and they were within the rules, and they were within the provided framework. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, that demonstration, we had very many buildings that were burnt down, and we have allocated some money maybe to factionalize the offices. Number one, we had the sub-county offices. We allocated that is for repair, enforcement, and at Orokarao sub-county, around 10 million for repair and construction. Then we have also allocated enforcement furniture, that is enforcement office. We have allocated 3 million for furniture, that is sub-county Orokarao. And also sub-county Orokarao, we have also given them 3 million for the machineries and all that. Honourable Speaker, there was also an issue of two vehicles that are burnt down. That is for the minister and also the chief officer livestock. We have provided 7 million each. That is around 14 million to buy the 2 new vehicles, so that our cabinet can also be able to do their mandate. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as I finish, there is the issue of youth. We have allocated enough money. That is for VTC capitation. That is around 15,000 per student, and we request our members of the public to take advantage of the VTC that we have. And I understand this regime have been able to improve the VTCs that we have. So this will help in fees, that is reducing the cost of fees, and our youth will be able to get the necessary support. The issue of bursary, even if we have a court order that is limiting the county government from maybe helping our learners. Honourable Speaker, on this, maybe I remember even in the last budget, that is a supplementary budget, the money we had allocated had an issue in terms of COB dispensing the money. Honourable Speaker, we are requesting, because we serve the same people. These members have been elected by people. The National Assembly has been elected by people. Even the government, that is a government that have been put in place by people. And Honourable Speaker, when we are campaigning, we promised a lot. And one of the promises is that we were to reduce the cost of accessing education and also the cost of running, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if you're looking at the current situation and comparing what was there in the last regime and what is there in today's regime, accessing education is becoming very expensive. And maybe what we had proposed is that if the national government feels that there is a problem with the county government assisting the learners, fine, we have no problem. But this is what we are proposing. They should consolidate whatever the county government was giving as bursary and whatever the CDF is giving as bursary. At the same time, what the president and the executive is giving as bursary, they consolidate and take this money to the Ministry of Education and declare education as as free, so that our runners can get support and we actualize what we had promised. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy, Honorable Chair, have mentioned about the COG. They have really fought to make sure that we get our bursary back, and we hope they shall get justice in the court of law, and I'm sure even the CAF, the County Assemblies Forum, is also enjoined, so that our people can get access to this bursary. We have allocated a minimum of 50 million. That is 2 million per ward. And with this, I am sure by the end of next two months, we shall get a communication maybe from the court of law and also that's a COB, and that we are left just to wait. The issue of pending bills, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you realize we have allocated a block figure of allowed to 25 to approximately to that million. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to a block figure, there have been a challenge because you realize the previous budget, we have been treating the supplies as a recurrent. For example, supplies on sheep, supplies on tents, supplies on issues like incubators and all that. We have been treating them like recurrent. And when we put money as a block figure, and when it comes to COB, that is the acquisition with the COB, he has been treating the block figure as a development. So this time around, we have been able now to split the block figure, that is 30% recurrent and 70% development, so that by the end of the day, all those suppliers will be able to be paid, and by the end of the day, there will be no supplier who is saying that he has not been able to be paid because there was no allocation. And also want to join my chair and also the House in congratulating our senator, because this is one of the leaders, one of the registrators that we can say they know what they were elected to do. Honorable Speaker, almost a year ago, we were told that the registrator that we elected are not able to work because they had a leader that they felt was making them not to work. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, they impeached him. That is the former deputy president. So we thought immediately the former deputy president was impeached, we expected a lot of work to be done. And Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate. The members who never even impeached the former deputy president are the ones who are doing much work than the people who even impeached him, hoping that maybe in future they'll be able to do more work because of their connection with the executive. So I also want to join members that Honorable Senator has been able to give more to this county in terms of equalization fund, and going forward, we hope that we shall still get more. But on fuel levy, Honorable Speaker, 35% have been given to the county. Out of 222 million fuel levy, they have only given us 78 million. And Honorable Speaker, there is a balance of 146 million. And I want to request the COG not to give up. They should continue pressing the national government that this 146 million should come back to the county, because the county is the only place, it is the only destination, it is the only area that when you put money there, that money will get to Ajiko. But when money is at the national government, before it gets to the county level, I mean to the ground level, that money gets challenges in terms of corruption and all that. Honorable Speaker, I want to rest my case there and also maybe assure my chair. I've had my chair complaining that we have elected people at the national government who doesn't know even what they're supposed to do. I want to assure him it is only a matter of time. We have only maybe 2 years maximum, or less than 2 years. And by the time that we go to election, the members of the public will elect people who represent them and represent their agendas in the right way. And I'm even sure that even the vehicle that will take people there, it's known, the colors are known, and even the walking style is known. It's only that in this assembly I cannot mention a DCP, but probably I've mentioned, and with those I support.
Thank you, Honorable Gitau. Equally, the solution is what you are doing in Nyandarua with Honorable Kago and Honorable Gathungu. I now propose the question, which is that this House does adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the supplementary budget estimates for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026, tabled on 6 May 2025. Yes, Honorable Kashamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, it is not supplementary budget. It is a report on the budget estimates for the year 2025-2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I comment on the budget estimates, I want to pass my message of condolences to my dear sister, Honorable Bethy Waheto, who actually happened to have got a road accident along Naivasha-Nakuru Highway on his way home. I'm praying that his family, God give them hope and courage at this sad moment. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that Honorable Bethy Waheto was a dedicated leader, a true servant of the people, since the days of multipartyism, and even in the single-party systems. She could vigorously champion for the interests of our people. And also, Mr. Speaker, to see to it that the issues that were facing our country and as a nation, she was a crusader in the forefront to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that our people are liberated from the evils that are being done by the government. Of late, Mr. Speaker, she was even criticizing the government that serves. Whenever they do wrong, Mr. Speaker, she could not hesitate to say the wrong that the government is doing, and we appreciate the good work that Honorable Bethy Waheto was doing for this nation. May God bless her soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we get to the budget estimate, this is the budget cycle that has come from far. The chairman has alluded from the CIDP 3 to where, Mr. Speaker, we get the annual development plans that will be able to govern the county in the financial year that is coming 2025-2026. And Mr. Speaker, you are aware, after the ADP, the budget is forwarded to the county assembly by the county executive, whereby, Mr. Speaker, it is interrogated by the budget committee, and before that, it is committed to the public participation. Mr. Speaker, it was taken through the sub-counties that we have in Nyandarua, and they give us the recommendations. Mr. Speaker, some of the priorities, I believe the chairman has captured them in our budget estimates. And Mr. Speaker, the budget total envelope is about 9.4 billion, whereby she has elaborated that 5.9 billion, which is around 62.96%, is coming from the National Treasury or the share of revenue. And also, as it has been stipulated down there, that 5.935, which is about 62.96, is recurrent expenditure. 3.3491 billion is, which is around that 7.04%, is recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, much of that fats or other resource are being consumed the wage bill. You understand we have about 2.6 billion that is going to wages and compensation to our workers, which is actually a big amount of money. I don't know what we shall do with the wage bill, Chairman, in future, although we are rechecking on the IPPD data to check whether there are some irregularities in terms of payments and all that. Second issue, Mr. Speaker, is that we had the pending bills. They had been alluded that we need to pay the pending bills to be our first charge. You are aware, Mr. Speaker, in under Section 107, subsection 2 in the PFM Act, actually, first charge when we pass the budget is that we need to pay the pending bills. And the county government has started to pay the pending bills. There's about, they have allocated 247 million for the pending bills, which is about 30% of the total budget. Mr. Speaker, if that progress can continue, we shall be able to pay our providers, service providers, and contractors who are suffering outside there, and actually who place their creditors to the bank so they can be able to give us services. It is quite commendable if the government can be able to move, to get forward and make sure, Mr. Speaker, they have started to pay the pending bills. There are some recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that has been recommended by the Committee on Budget, that the Finance Department should wake up from their slumber and make sure that the revenue basket, whereby, Mr. Speaker, it has been projected that they are about to collect 675 million from their own source revenue. Let us not rely much on the national government funds, because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you've heard from the report, sometimes they delay the disbursement of funds to the counties, thereby, Mr. Speaker, affecting the development expenditure. Whereby, Mr. Speaker, implementation of those projects that are there in the budget are unable to be completed in time because of the delays of the funds from the National Treasury and also the local resource that our government is still collecting. So I want the committee that is involved in this matter to enhance the programs on how, Mr. Speaker, we shall be able to collect our own source revenue so that we can be able to meet our targets when we get the budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, on procurement process, it's another hindrance in terms of implementation. When the budget has been passed by this honorable house and appropriated the department, let the department procure immediately the projects so that our providers and all that and contractors can be able to get into site and start working for the betterment of this county. Mr. Speaker, in terms of absorption, there's an area where, Mr. Speaker, absorption rate has been not well in terms of absorbing the development expenditure. You see, Mr. Speaker, that the current is quite high compared to development expenditure. You know, there are the delays in development. So we are urging the county government that the development expenditure and the current expenditure should simultaneously move together so that we can be able, Mr. Speaker, to achieve our target in terms of procurement. Absorption rate, Mr. Speaker, they should provide quarterly reports in every 3 months on what the performance in every department so that we can be able, Mr. Speaker, to measure and monitor the progress of the implementation of those areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on issue of irreducible minimums for the members of our ward, agree that the chair, that we need to get into an agreement that in the future, the little that has been allocated to the wards, let in the future focus more on social budgets, that we'll be able, Mr. Speaker, to our people to grow in terms of the bottom-up approach that was brought by this Kenya Kwanza government, that is still, we are in a confusion on how, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to deal with it in future. Mr. Speaker, agree that the budget estimate that has been brought forward by our chair will be able to give us the budget outlook where we come to CIPROP, where we shall be reviewing the budget outlook, what has been done, and what is the future, and what will guarantee this assembly to appropriate more in all those departments. Let every department, when they receive their shareable revenues, make sure that they get to absorb about 30% first quarter. In the other quarter, 30%. When we get to the third quarter, we shall be able to have accomplished what is in the financial in the budget estimates. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the Budget Committee for this wonderful work they have done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this debate. And Honorable Speaker, I want first to thank the team that came up with this realistic budget. Honorable Speaker, I've participated in a different budget making process for the last two budget making process. But Honorable Speaker, I can tell you this time around, we've had what we call a very real realistic budget, which is capturing the aspirations and the expectations of the people from this county. Honorable Speaker, you know, if you get long in budget making process, you get long within the whole financial year. When we look critically, Honorable Speaker, at this budget, look at the ceilings. They are achievable. You know, there was a time that we had very unrealistic budget, Honorable Speaker, and what came up from that budget brought a lot of mess in this county. We had what we call debts which were created because of putting a lot of unrealistic goals, and to that effect, people are suffering. Even up to now, there are many people who have not been paid their dues. Honorable Speaker, I've looked deeply as a specialist in finance, and for sure, this budget has three fronts that it is going to propel our economy and improve the status of this county. Honorable Speaker, we have invested, and I also want to thank the Assembly because of passing FIF. Because on matters of health, I've seen that the Budget Committee have invested in what we call specialist experts in different fields. Honorable Speaker, as a county, we are losing so much into Nakuru PGH, because when you go to Orkalau, which is our referral hospital, JM, you'll find that we are lacking specialists. And Honorable Speaker, much goes to Nairobi because our people are seeking services from Nairobi. And if we have our specialists, we'll be gaining a lot in terms of the rebates from even the national government. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy because of the way they have captured some of these supplies as development expenditure. If you look at classification in terms of performance, Honorable Speaker, for this county, you'll find that when we are getting audited, we have, most of the time we already spend a lot of money in supply. But when we are capturing it as a unit in the budget, Honorable Speaker, you'll find it being captured as a recurrent. I am happy because they've come up with a formula Honorable Speaker, whereby the supplies like manam, goats and the rest will be captured as a development expenditure. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to dwell so much on that, but I'm also very happy, Honorable Speaker, because of the Cabro works. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, we've invested a lot in municipality, that is Olkara municipality. We've invested in Cabro machine and the building, worth over 25 million. But what has been happening is that investment has been idle. I am happy with the budget committee because you have allocated 6 million. It will be realistic. Indeed, it's so bad and awkward, Honorable Speaker, for the county to go buy cabros when we have a machine which can produce 8,000 units of cabro per day. So in this, it will help us in reducing the expenditure, the amount spent on cabro works within the county. Honorable Speaker, another very important aspect I'm happy with within the budget. Indeed, there are some people who have been suffering. Those people who retired from the defunct town council and county council. People have worked for this country. People have worked for this county. And yet, 3 down years the rain after retiring, you are not getting anything. I am happy because it has been reported within this budget that an allocation of 16.4 million has been allocated. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, it is very much unfortunate that we had an insurance which never considered fire as an approximate cause. If we had insured our vehicles and buildings and included fire as an approximate cause, what we have undergone, the laws that we have undergone, which now supersedes what we are supposed to put so that it can be considered as an approximate cause, is very negligible. So I'm happy with the committee having come up with the idea that we need to cascade the level of the insurance that we have within the county. Lastly, because I know many people want to contribute on this, members want to contribute on this. Indeed, it is sad to lose young men and women in this country. And I'm just reporting that the Gen Z who was brought down through a gunning, the grandmother comes from my area. The father resides at Kariamu, but they have their shamba is at Dalagwa. It is so sad because we are investing. Honorable Speaker, you know we are investing a lot in these kids. This is a person that I've been paying bursary for. And it's so much unfortunate that even after investing a lot in that student, his life has been cut short. Kasongo should know that these young men and women of this country had invested a fortune in his leadership. But indeed, what is coming up from his leadership is frustrations. The system needs to sit down, rethink about the strategy about the youths, because they are losing focus and losing even hope, because even after going to university, to colleges, they are not proceeding to anything substantive in life. So we condemn, and I condemn, that something needs to be done, something needs to be addressed. The national parliament should address this issue with the importance that it deserves, and if not so, I also abide with it is just one term for this government. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you, Honorable Nyaga. And before Honorable Bogo stand, for the record, Honorable Nyaga, it's good to elaborate who is Kasongo, because it may be another name from Bloom. Kindly.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, for those people who have done literature, they know synonyms and relativity in naming. So in this country, it is a known factor that Kasongo is another name for number one in this country.
Synonym. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nyaga. Honorable Bogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this a document that has been made in a lot of grief because we are eulogizing one of our own. I remember she kept on telling me when she was alive that you will always sit in the opposition and I will always sit in the government side. I'm looking at the seat where she used to sit, and unfortunately I cannot see the beautiful wig, hair and the glasses. Rest well, our sister. To the document, I want to zero in on grants in where it is an area that has not been tackled very well. Fortunately, this time around, FROCA was able to substantiate. They gave the work plan. We were able to follow as a committee because I happen to sit in the same committee. We were able to follow each and everything that benefited the wards. The only wake-up call I'll give charity to the chairman and ourselves is that we need to balance and make sure that them that never benefited in the previous years benefits in this system or this cycle that we are approving, because it is in broad figure, to make sure that we bring equality into all wards. Fuel levy is one unfortunate thing because national government and the MPs that are said, they had taken the whole program to themselves. They had already spent 65%, and people who come from Ojorok and myself knows that there is nothing, literally nothing, that the National Assembly people and the national government is doing with the fuel levy. The best they can do is to simply come, remake the roads we have already done, purport to have done everything, and then they make the payment. The 65% they have already taken is total squander, and I can attest, because in my ward, and I can challenge my area member of National Assembly to show me what was done with the 65%. It is simply they have misappropriated, they have squandered that money, and it is very unfortunate for them. And still they are claiming to take the levy. I thank God for the Council of Governors. They have the kitty already. Around 80 million, to the tune of 80 million is back to ourselves. It is in our coffers. I would only challenge the said department, which I chair in the Assembly, to make sure that they allocate the money appropriately and make sure that we challenge the national figures to make sure that we spend the money the way it should be spent and show them how government money should be worked on. Finally, all the grants challenging the budget chair. Our chairman, I know you work daily, making sure that everything is balanced. Remember, budget making cycle is a document that is always confusing because everybody want to have something. But work plans for grants is a big factor to this county. Make sure that each and every ward benefit. We might not be equal because equality will never come. but make sure that we have at least irreducible minimums for everybody. Let not any ward benefit with the FROCA, fuel levy, and KISIP and everything, because it will be at the expense of the other wards. So with those few remarks, as we are eulogizing our sister, Mr. Speaker, I've been in this practice of making the budget for the last 7 years. This is the only one that was made with peace, because we cannot be fighting when we are waiting to raise one of our own. So as we continue eulogizing her, I support the said document and call. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Bogo. Honorable Mirka Hajiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the budget. Before that, I join my colleagues in eulogizing one of our own. It's unfortunate that we are discussing the budget that has been very passionate to Honorable Ahito, but today she cannot even see or hear what we are saying. But we want to continue praying for the family, that they continue accepting it, and also God gives them strength to carry on without Honorable Ahito, and also us as the members of the County Assembly, that we are able to move on without her. I know she was very passionate about gender-based budgeting. Being nominated, I know that was her constituency, but I want to assure her, wherever she is, we as the ladies of this assembly, we are in to stand in her position and ensure that we defend the gender-based budgeting, the gender-based policies, the gender-based issues that Honorable Ahito advocated for. And this is what we had, this is something that we have agreed as members of this assembly. We will continue keeping her legacy, especially fighting for the vulnerable and also fighting for equality and justice in this county. Mr. Speaker, having looked at the budget and having participated in all the processes of this budget, I am convinced that we are headed in the right direction as a county. Mr. Speaker, there are very pertinent issues in this county, one being road, water, health services, and of course education and other issues. And Mr. Speaker, looking at this budget, we have seen there is quite substantial increment in allocation for the roads, in allocation for water, in allocation for health, Mr. Speaker. And therefore I know that where we had issues and the problems, we are going to resolve them with this budget. Mr. Speaker, I also want to applaud the Senate for the increased allocation, Mr. Speaker. After the 2010 Constitution, we got only 15% of the exchequer's money. However, as counties, we worked hard, and I can stand and confirm here, most of what we are seeing, most of the development we are seeing in our wards, especially at the local level, are the works done by the county government. I can tell you, if you come to my ward, you will see roads done by the county government. You will see water supplied by the county government. The bursary was being supplied very well. Unfortunately, there are people who think that the county government is not supposed to support bursary. We want to condemn that and say, we are the people at the grassroots. We know where the shoe pinches. And therefore, we urge the national government to ensure that we continue giving bursaries to the needy and vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, look at the progress this county Nyandarua has made. It is out of the county government issues. Looking at my ward, which is Kirita Ward, the only national project I see are the classes, and probably the construction of the police station. And one of the biggest projects that we have is the Karagwene project that has an allocation of 100 million, where other counties are getting allocations of billions. So we want to say the county government is doing its part, and we continue increasing this budget as much as we get. And we also urge the national government also to release monies in time. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we are receiving the money for June at the end of the month of June. It's unfortunate. But I pray that moving forward, that money will be received in time so that we are able to do these works in time. To the county government and the executive, as an assembly, we have done our part. We have tried to balance. We have tried to cater for all the interest of our people in this country, in this county. It may not be enough, but I know it's a step forward. Our prayer as a county assembly and the representative of the people is that they start procuring immediately so that people of Nyandarua can get value for money. There is no need of waiting up to next year to start the procurement process. We will pass this budget. How I wish they start the procurement process immediately so that our people can benefit from what it is that we promised them. Otherwise, I am very proud of the budget committee and the members of this assembly because we are doing what is it that we are supposed to do. Therefore, I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mirka. Honorable Gadrimu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And from the onset, I want to support this great work that has been done by the Committee on Budget and Appropriation for coming up with such a balanced budget. And without going to the figures, Mr. Speaker, allow me to, first of all, applaud those who have participated in the making of this budget, including and not limited to the committees, the secretariat, and the members of the county assembly and the executive. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that budget is about resources, and resources are always not enough. The needs are more than the expense, than the resources. And therefore, it ensures, there ensures competition. And in this competition, some, because of their proximity sometimes to power, are able to amass more and get more from the budget than others. And therefore, this is where I want to applaud our Senator, John Methu, for being able to fight through to see that Nyandarua, which has been very marginalized over the years, that it has been now included in the Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, I accompanied the Committee on PICPAC to the Senate, where the governor had been called to clarify some issues. And Mr. Speaker, those senators led by Okongo Mogeni and Cherargei, Honorable Cherargei and Honorable Kajuang, they explicitly told us, were it not for the fight that was put up by Honorable Methu, we couldn't have been included because it has been perceived that Nyandarua receives more equitable share than it is or was supposed to be to qualify for the marginalization fund. And therefore, to have such a person fighting passionately for the county he comes from, we are proud of such a leader. And I congratulate the people of Nyandarua, the voters, who are able to see and pick him from the ballot and vote him for the senator, and he has stood to his position. Mr. Speaker, I also want to applaud equally our governor, Honorable Dr. Kerry Badirisha, for allowing us to have budget as a negotiated document, to be able to bring up priorities from our wards, because, Mr. Speaker, our governor doesn't come from all wards. He comes from Karau ward, and he can only be aware of challenges facing Karau ward. He doesn't know a road in my ward. He doesn't know Pickline or Beguo, Musioka Road. He doesn't know. And therefore giving me an opportunity as a representative voted by the people of Geta Ward to present their priorities. It is a demonstration of great leadership, and this we must applaud. It is always good to applaud somebody for what he does good. And therefore, being able to have a reducible minimum share of around 37 million, this is not a mean share. It is a good share. And this is not obvious. It doesn't happen to all counties. I am a witness of wards who are only allowed to plan for 10 million and not more. And therefore, what happens is that the priorities are not comprehensively captured. And therefore, it is always important to have such leaders, and therefore, I applaud the governor for who he is, a consultative leader, a leader who has made sure that all needs of Nyandarua are brought forth by the people who represent those who are the grassroots, and those are the members of the county assembly. And that is also important to note, that he accords the members of the county assembly the honor they deserve, the honor of representing their people. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate what Honorable Wajiro has said just shortly, that the budget is now made. There is a concern on absorption. My question is, if we pass the budget today, if we pass the appropriation bill shortly later, what is hindering procurement? Why don't procurement start early enough so that we absorb as much as it is possible, Mr. Speaker, because that is possible. It is sometimes intriguing when you find that recurrent budget is almost 100% absorbed while we are at 30% development. What is recurrent budget for? I believe it is to facilitate development, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when we start procurement early enough, we are able to give people what they deserve, the services, the development projects that they deserve, and they are made into use as early as enough, because the moment they were put in the budget, it means they were priority, they were needed. They are supposed to be used. If it is an ECD classroom, need to be constructed and be used by the peoples that are already in need of such. If it is water supply, if it is a water supply project, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, these people are in need of this water, and sometimes there is a dry spell. There is drought, and there is lack of rain in the beginning of the year, and they may need this water to irrigate, and therefore they need this project as early as it is possible. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I challenge the other departments to come up. The economic planning has done their work. The finance department are doing the work. Now the implementation in the particular departments do their work, and let us have absorption, and let us have even that this will also help, Mr. Speaker, that we have the supplementary budget early enough. Mr. Speaker, going by when we had our supplementary budget, it is obvious that some projects will not be implementable. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call upon all members that we join hands, even in our own ways, to influence even decisions on implementation and going forward. And I believe we shall have a better Nyandarua County than we had before. And developments are already seen on the ground, and the results are being seen. I challenge the national government to do the same. Mr. Speaker, even the Gen Z who are talking, they are talking of priorities. If there isn't to, and their needs captured in the budget, where did the cars for vijana go? That can be captured. Let them not be blamed on, let them not think that these children don't have brains of their own, and that they can only be incited. They are not being incited. They are pointing out at very pertinent issues in their lives. They are seeing their future as bleak. There is no hope. We need, as leaders, to give them hope, even from the national government. And we need not to kill them. We need to listen to them and go ahead and try to meet their needs as much as it is possible. Mr. Speaker, the frustrations of Gen Z has been brought about by the show-offs. Somebody demonstrating that he bought a 2 million shoe, a 200,000 shillings belt, a 20 million wristwatch, telling that to a hungry soul, a hungry man who doesn't know what to feed on tomorrow, who doesn't know where his next pair of shoes is coming from. It is the time we take serious on our resources and apply them according to the priorities we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I support.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gadrimu, Honorable Joyce, specially elected member from Nyandarua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also like to support the budget, but allow me first to pass my condolences for the passing of my colleague, Honorable Beth Wahito, and to wish the family God's grace. I know they are going through a hard time, and it's only God that can be able to console them, including us who are our colleagues. As Mheshimiwa Wanji said, we will never forget, and her pursuit on gender issues, we shall proceed and it will be carried on. Mr. Speaker, without wanting to repeat what has been said, I note with a lot of admiration that the fact that in this budget, especially under public participation, there was noted that persons with disability, which is the constituency that I represent, came out in large numbers, and they actually gave even their memoranda. Also, this is the first time for the time that I've been in this assembly that in my own private communication channels, I've received so many memoranda from persons with disability, clearly indicating that they went through this document. So I'd have wished, although the chair budget has left, that maybe there would have been a mention of some of the issues that they had brought up, which were very pertinent, especially on the resource allocation. But maybe the assurance that I can give for now is that their requests were forwarded. I may not be privy to how much that has been done. But Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, as has also been noted in this assembly, resources are very scarce. So what I've been pushing to the directorates, even to my fellow colleagues, my fellow honorable members, is that what we need to do as far as the marginalized groups are concerned, which especially the persons with disability, is what we call disability mainstreaming. Basically, I would really expect that from even the irreducible minimum that we are talking about, that is 7 million per every ward, that at least in the consideration of the programs that are to be implemented in this, that there is a considerable, a deliberate effort. It's not something that just happens, a deliberate effort to ensure that the projects, the activities, and issues pertaining to persons with disability are basically taken into account. The other issue that I've also really been pushing around is on the directorates, especially to ensure that in all the departments that we have in this county, all the activities that are carried out, there is generally a need to ensure that there is deliberate effort on disability mainstreaming so that the activities that are being carried out, they can actually ensure at least 5% of what every department is doing. There is something deliberate that has been put for this marginalized group that we are there. Most of us are aware that the Persons with Disability Act of 2025 was recently assented to, And one of the things that was very critical there, it really showed that issues disability are county specific. So I would really have wished that that point came out clearly, what this budget has really put aside for persons with disability. The other thing that I've really been pushing, and luckily I'm a member of that committee that's on education and on the social protection, is that as a department, when they are doing their reports, one of the key issues that we really want to be seeing in their reports is what every other department is doing on matters disability. So I noted, it was said, and I'm the vice chair of the trade committee, about the trade fund, and it's a very welcome aspect when we talk about every ward has been allocated around 25 million for the AGPO categories. This, what I'm basically indicating is that as we even do this, let's ensure that there is fairness, so that none of our communities, none of our groups in the county actually really feels left out. For those who attended the public participation, I'm sure they can even attest to that. They came in large numbers, and the message they had is that for a long time, the county has not really been considering matters disability, and we expect that at least this needs to change, because these are citizens of this county that needs to be taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Joyce. Honorable Kamwana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Quickly this morning, I want to begin by sending my condolences to our beloved sister, Honorable Bedua Hito. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Bedua Hito, Honorable Speaker, has been one of my greatest friends, and I have always been able to call him my senior for very varied reasons. Indeed, she was a senior to everybody, going by her vast experience in matters to do with politics and fighting for the rights of women, and particularly to do with the health matters. Honorable Speaker, last evening when we were at her Luro home, we were able to hear a lot of encyclopedia stories from close members of the local community, and also political attire who could be able to remember where the retro girl came from. I was able to hear that she started her political life in the early 90s when I was still young, when I was finishing my primary school, and for that reason I can be able to see that indeed she has amassed a lot of experience. Bearing in mind, I started doing my politics in the year 2000. So she was 10 years earlier than when I could be able to see into the matters of public interest. Honorable Speaker, because much has been said by my colleagues, and I want you to allow me first to applaud the Committee of Budget and Appropriations, led by one able Chair, Honorable Kongo, because they have been able to do a commendable job. I want to say that I'm one person who has a lot of interest in matters to do with how we can get finances and how we can be able to appropriate them to various needs for absorption. And every time the chair presents the report, we are able to see that they have been able to correct, or they have been able to go to a new area that is able to correct the county finances, and that is very good. Quickly, Honorable Speaker, I want to comment, although it has been said by Honorable Gashomba, that this time the committee has been able to criticize the IPPD, which is very good. And Honorable Speaker, when we hear they were able to see glaring mistakes in such a document, is very commendable for this committee. Can you imagine 10 years down the line when you go for retirement and you are not able to get your pension dues? It is very sad, and it cannot sit pretty for a county government that it was not able to see some of these mistakes, bearing in mind that it has all the strong, as it calls it, the Department of HR and Public Administration that had not been able to look into these matters. Honorable Speaker, as I go to finish my appreciation of this document, I want to say that it is very commendable that we have what we call the irreducible minimum, which is a great milestone, as it has been said by Honorable Deputy Speakers that he has information that other counties, when it comes now to the wards and the county assembly, they have very little to say to the matters pertaining to what would go to their wards. But I want to reiterate and say again, I'm one person who is not convinced by the way we appropriate our irreducible minimum. For now, for time in a row, I want to say this, and for my chair to hear, for the budget and implementation, that at least if we cannot be able to look on another mechanism to appropriate these funds across the world so that we can have at least, we can achieve a higher level of equality. Why don't we come with a solution of having what we can call World Equalization Fund? We have been able to approach our senator because he was able to get some money for what we call the marginalized counties. For what reason? So that we can come and use that money to help us be able to develop quickly so that we can be able to reach our other big brothers. I am appealing to the Committee of Budget and Appropriation to at least, as much as possible, be able to look into this matter, although it is going to emanate from the committee or from the Department of Finance, because that is where we get our revenue. But now when we come to appropriate, let's have a mechanism where we can be able to look into other issues that affect wards and that they are not similar to an extent of allowing us to have equal amounts for distribution. For example, Honorable Speaker, in my ward, every year round, we have a lot of activities. Like now what we call the rubbering. It's all done year round in my ward. And also the issue of mining, and especially from the quarries. It means that all the roads that I rehabilitate, they are reduced to rambles every time we have all these seasons. And now when we come here to appropriate, I'm given equal amounts as other wards that maybe do not have such industrialization happening in their wards. And for this reason is why I echo all the time that we should have some amounts appended to such wards for matters of capturing this equalization. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that I'm one person who have been asking the budget committee to see to it whether we can be able to advise the Department of Finance to have a revenue offices in every ward that can be able to be facilitated to account for every money that is being able to be collected from all our wards, so that we can be able also to see the amount of revenue we are able to collect across our wards. For what reason, Honorable Speaker? We can be able to see that sitting here, if we were able to collect as much money for our own source revenue, we could be having some more money to divide, and we could be feeling very happy. When that will be done, how I hope you can be able to see, I have a reason to say that Gadara is one of the wards that have been amassing more own source revenue, and we need to be given a return for what we are able to generate. I want to stop there, Honorable Speaker, and I say thank you, and I support this budget appropriation, and I wish to call them over. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Kongo, as you respond, kindly address the issue of Honorable Joyce on the issue of memoranda, and also the issue on Honorable Kamwana on the issue of equalization fund.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members of this County Assembly for passionately bringing out their remarks and debating on the budget estimates today. I really want to say thank you, because you have added more value to the budget committee. And within a few minutes, I want to respond to some of the issues that has been raised by the members. And number one is an issue that was raised by Honorable Gashomba talked about the issue of wage bill. And Honorable Speaker, I want to tell this House that for the first time I'm happy because there is no, I think for the last 7 budgets that I've witnessed in this assembly, there is no any time that we are able to meet the fiscal responsibility of being within 35% of the total revenue or total budget going to the compensation to the employees or what we call the salaries. Honorable Speaker, for the first time we are below 35, we are at 33%. But also, even as I do that, I also want to be very happy because I know we have done something we call reclassification when it comes to the recurrent expenditure. You realize that our developmental budget have increased to around 37%, but what we have usually done, initially we used to do those non-capital, we used to consider them as recurrent, things like seeds, things like tents, things like fertilizer. But after consultation with the Controller of Budget and the County Treasury, for effectiveness in implementation of those budget lines, now these times we are considering them as development because there have been issues with the issues of recurrent at the Controller of Budget. So for the first time we are at 37, and as a result, when you look at the total budget also, we are below 35%, we are at 33% for compensation of employee. And if we go within that trend, I know it's a good trend because now we are doing well. The other issue I also want to talk about is the issue that was raised by the majority leader on the issue of JM, and I think JM is doing well. It is also good to give due where it deserves. For the first time, we have a visiting cardiologist every Thursday at the JM, and I can see we need to support that hospital. That is why we are coming in hardy to try and support that hospital. It's our county referral hospital, and for all of us, we know the sense of having good health care. Honorable Bogo has brought up a very fundamental issue on the issue of equity when it comes to grant. Honorable Speaker, we noted with a lot of concern and we had to request, we had to summon the department, the CEC Water, and who is in charge of climate change, mostly on relation to the FROCA matter. We have noted serious disparities when it comes to the way the FROCA budget was allocated. Remember, in this county assembly, we approve a lump sum, and then they go and prepare a work plan, which is approved by the World Bank. We realize that there has been very serious disparity, where some of the wards have received 6 million and others 20. We had to sit down, discuss with the Waziri and the department, and we have told them this time around they have to bring down the report on how they have identified the project, and the third phase, which is the last phase for FROCA, will be used to equalize. Those wards with 6 million will be go up, at least each and every ward, make sure that it receives 15 million each and every ward. So for those who received 20, them be happy, they ate fast, but this now, the third phase will be used to bring up those who are up below there with 6 million. And I also want to note that we are also looking on the KDSP money, the 352 million that we anticipate to come. We'll be following up to make sure that it is divided equitably across the 25 counties. We are also looking at the issue of fuel levy. We will make sure that money is equitably shared across the 25 wards. The other issue I want to note is about Honorable Wajiro has raised a very serious issue and a very good issue. And it is also good to note that we want to appreciate the Senate. Actually, to give the facts here, the Senate proposed 460 billion to go to the counties when they were discussing DORA, the Division of Revenue Act. And this is even higher than the CRA, because the Commission of Revenue Allocation had indicated that the county should receive 417 billion. But the Senate was pushing for 460 billion. And I think that's good. These are people who are protecting devolution. And the national government, that is inclusive of the National Assembly, they were pushing for 401 billion. And I think as a result of mediation between the Senate, that is why we were able to receive some 15 billion extra. So it is good to recognize that the Senate is doing some good work. I think it is the only house that is sober in this country, and it deserves to be called the upper house because it is doing its work very well, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we received a memorandum from Madam Joyce. We have been able to look at it. We may not be able to meet exactly all the issues that were raised in that memorandum, but we are looking at the issue of mainstreaming. We have also been able to reallocate a few budget lines that she needed, especially on assistive devices. And we are also going to push at the departmental level, because you know some of these issues, they can be dealt as she is talking about mainstreaming. Because if we make sure that we meet the requirement of Agipo, where the 15% of the tenders goes to the people living with disability, the youth and women, I think we can be able to assist them even with money. And I also want to tell Joyce that now that money will be available, even the PLDs can come and take loans that are at cheaper price, do the tenders, and then they go get something. So we are looking, it is a continuous. I think I want to appreciate Honorable Joyce of what she has been doing. We appreciate, she is enriching our budgeting process. And I think she is able representing the constituency of the people living with disability. We may not be able to get everything, but progressively, I can see we continue putting some more money, we'll continue assisting and also consulting with her, and we'll get there. We'll get there. Honorable Speaker, finally, I also want to respond to Honorable Kamwana. Honorable Kamwana, I know you have an issue with the reducible minimum and equity, because there are some boards that you feel they are marginalized, and you are calling us to start even our own marginalization fund. Maybe to bring you to the fact is that in the first assembly, Honorable Member for Murungaru, Honorable Mushiri Maguna, had brought that, and I know those who are there, including Honorable Kiruka can attest to this, brought a motion on the liquidization fund in this assembly, which didn't see the light of the day. And I know the Honorable Speaker was there those times. And he was a proponent of that motion because Daragwa is among the big wards that should have benefited from the equalization fund. And it did not see the light of the day. In the second assembly, we tried. It also did not see the light of the day. So what we did in the second assembly, we brought about those 8 big wards and other wards, critical wards. We were able to negotiate through His Excellency, the governor, who was there, and through fuel levy and other funds, he could do something extra for those marginalized wards. But we never came up with a legal structure. But I would also challenge you to bring such a motion or such a legal framework here, and I know I will be among the person who will be supporting you. So I would request so that we can put it correctly, because now we rely on sympathy from the Excellency, from the executive. And that is what we are calling the executive to do, that is including the grant. You can consider more when it comes to fuel levy. The governor can consider more those counties that are marginalized. When it comes to the issues like there are other county projects that we allocate where the governor has flagships like doing of the bridges and all that, he can consider those marginal. But now, marginalization need to be defined. And I think that is why I'm also challenging you to bring that. We try whether in this assembly, that assembly, we can have that thing go through. And I think it will be a good idea, and we will support it. With that, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members, and I want to move and request, Honorable Speaker, that we are ready for the second phase of this budget, that is supply, the committee of supply. So if we would get the members, we would do with the supply and finish up with this business before maybe 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kongo. Very well. Honorable members, the motion having been moved and also responded to, I now put the question, which is that may those of the similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of the contrary opinion say nay. The aye have it. Oh, thank you, honorable members. I need to repeat the motion. The motion having been moved and seconded and pursuant to Standing Order 216.6, this House does adopt and report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the budget estimate. Honourable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the Standing Orders 216.6, this House does adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on the budget estimate of the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026, tabled on the 6th May 2025. May those of the similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 1, the House will be suspended for 30 minutes and thereafter resume for the Committee of Supply.
In order to comply with the provision of the Constitution
and the County Government Act of 2012, as well as our own standing order, the first substantive business of a new assembly is the swearing in of members-elect of the County Assembly. Now we now wish to proceed with the exercise, and I will direct the clerk to call out the names. Let the clerk to call out the names.
Mheshimiwa Mugaki Maureen Wairimo. Presiding Chair, by an ID of the Republic of Kenya presented before you, which is in its original form, the person appearing before you is Maureen Wairimo Mugaki. The last digits of the said ID are 177.
I, Maureen Mugaki Wairimo, do swear that I shall always
truly and diligently serve the people
in the office of the member
of Nyandarua County,
that I shall diligently discharge my duties
and perform my functions in the said office to the best of my judgment,
that I shall at all times respect,
uphold,
preserve,
protect,
and defend this Constitution
of the Republic of Kenya,
and that I shall do right to all manner of persons
in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya and the laws and conventions of Parliament,
that I shall do justice to all.
So help me God.
Honourable members, having undertaken the business of the administration of oath or affirmation of office to members, we now proceed to the next business, which is the election of the Speaker of the County Assembly. So, member will be issued the ballot box, then you will come in here, you will sign, then you proceed to the booth on either side. So, let's proceed.
Presiding Chair, in accordance with your directions, the first member to vote is Honorable Kashoba James Keiro.
Honourable members, we are now ready to proceed to the counting. I will now direct that the ballot box be unlocked, votes be verified, counted, and tallied.
Waiganjo Stephen Washira, Maina George Gaita, Waiganjo Stephen Washira.
Honourable members, having garnered 27 votes, which satisfies the threshold of 2/3 of the membership, and pursuant to standing order number 81, I now declare Waiganjo Stephen Wachira duly elected as the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nyandarua. Pursuant to standing order number 1, I now direct the Chief Sergeant at Arms to proceed with the dispatch, search and find the successful candidate with the name of Waiganjo Stephen Wachira and present him to the chamber for the swearing in and administration of the oath.
In order to comply with the provision of the Constitution and the County Government Act of 2012, as well as our own standing orders, the first substantive business of a new assembly is the swearing in of members-elect of the County Assembly. Now we now wish to proceed with the exercise, and I will direct the clerk to call out the names. Let the clerk to call out the names.
Mheshimiwa Mugaki Maureen Wairimo. Presiding Chair, by an ID of the Republic of Kenya presented before you, which is in its original form, the person appearing before you is Maureen Wairimo Mugaki. The last digits of the said ID are 177.
I, Maureen Mugaki Wairimo, do swear that I shall always
truly and diligently serve the people
in the office of the member
of Nyandarua County,
that I shall diligently discharge my duties
and perform my functions in the said office to the best of my judgment,
that I shall at all times respect,
uphold,
preserve,
protect,
and defend this Constitution
of the Republic of Kenya,
and that I shall do right to all manner of persons
in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya and the laws and conventions of Parliament,
that I shall do justice to all.
So help me God.
Honourable members, having undertaken the business of the administration of oath or affirmation of office to members, we now proceed to the next business, which is election of the Speaker of the County Assembly. So member will be issued the ballot box, then you will come in here, you will sign, then you proceed to the booth on either side. So let's proceed.
Presiding Chair, in accordance with your directions, the first member to vote is Honorable Kashoba James Keiro.
Honourable members, we are now ready to proceed to the counting. I will now direct that the ballot box be unlocked, votes be verified, counted, and tallied.
Waiganjo Stephen Washira, Maina George Gaita, Waiganjo Stephen Washira.
Honourable members, having garnered 27 votes, which satisfies the threshold of 2/3 of the membership, and pursuant to standing order number 81, I now declare Waiganjo Stephen Wachira duly elected as the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nyandarua. Pursuant to standing order number 1, I now direct the Chief Sergeant at Arms to proceed with the dispatch, search and find the successful candidate, the name of Waiganjo Stephen Wachira, and present him to the chamber for the swearing in and administration of the oath.
Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. Our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010,
had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best. our new look, asserting our greatness. If consistency, focus, and resilience had information system, and whatever you're seeing is directory used as it is, so the information is online and it is direct. Welcome.
This is the Committee of Supply of the Nyandarua County Budget Estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. We commence with the recurrent expenditure, Office of the Governor.
Honorable members, also for your notice, currently you may be using the information at the in the tablets as we wait for the hard copies. Chair. The leader of majority, Mwangi Nyaga, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 125 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Office of the Governor, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026, tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025.
I propose the question as moved by the leader of majority. I now put the question that the sum of Honorable Majority Leader, kindly call the seconder of your motion.
Honorable Chair, I now call Honorable Steve to second on the same.
I now propose the question as moved by the majority leader. I now put the question, which is that the sum of 125 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th June of 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Office of the Governor, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay, and the ayes have it. Clerk.
Office of the County Secretary.
Chairperson, Committee on Public Administration and Devolution, all designated member.
Chair, I beg that the sum of 113,746,713 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote of the Office of the County Secretary, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025/2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call upon Honorable Gadongo to second.
Thank you, Chair. I second.
I propose the question as moved by the designated member of the Committee on Public Administration and Devolution. I now put the question that the sum of 113,746,713 be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the office of the county as secretary, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Clerk.
Office of the County Attorney.
Chairperson.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 26,600,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the current vote for the office of the County Attorney, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 25-26 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Maureen to second.
Mr. Chairman, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the chairperson, Legal Affairs, Labor and Intergovernmental Relations and Coordination Committee. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
With the itemization of Annexure 1 in the
Honorable
report.
Chair, kindly repeat. You are not on mic. Proceed.
Chair, I beg to move that proposed sum of 26,600,000 shilling be increased by a sum of 13 million, and the resultant sum of 39,600,000 shilling be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimate 25-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the office, and I call upon Honorable Bogo to second.
Kindly recall the seconder.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question, which is that the proposed sum of 26,600,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 13 million, and the resultant sum of 39,600,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the office of the County Attorney. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Clerk.
County Public Service Board.
Chairperson, all designated member, Committee on Public Service, Administration and Devolution.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 28 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect to the recurrent vote of the County Public Service Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025/2026, tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call upon Honorable Gadongo to second.
Thank you, Chair. I second.
I propose the question as moved. I now put the question that the sum of 28 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote of the County Public Service Board, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025/2026, tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
County funds.
Chairperson, Special Funds Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 366,100,000 shillings in figure quoted there be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of county funds, the recurrent expenditure, and the same be supplied in accordance with the budget estimates financial year 2025/2026, tabled for the consideration on 6th May 2025. I call Honorable Medica to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Special Funds Committee. Chairperson, Budget Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 326,100,000 shillings be reduced by sum of 56,288,508 shillings, and the resultant sum of 269,811,420 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 25th June 2025 on budget estimate financial year 2025/2026 with respect to the county funds.
Kindly, Chair, call someone to second.
I call upon Honorable Ibrahim to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Committee on Budget and Appropriation. I now move the question, which is that, I now put the question, which is that the sum of 326,100,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 56,288,580 shillings. I beg your pardon, let me repeat. I beg to move, I now put the question that the sum of 326,100,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 56,288,580 shillings, and the resultant sum of 269,811,420 20 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 of the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 25th June 2025 on budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 with respect to county funds. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay, and the ayes have it. Next.
Compensation to employees, including gratuities, pension, and medical insurances.
Chairperson, Committee on Public Service, Administration and Devolution.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 2,603,800,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of compensation to employees, including gratuities, pension and medical insurance, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025/2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call upon Honorable Kagwe to second.
Honorable Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 2,603,000,000 that is 2,603,800,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 20,409,473 shillings at the result sum of 2,624,209,473 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, at the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the compensation to employees, including gratuities, pension, and medical insurance. And I call Honorable Agashino to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question, which is that the proposed sum of 2,603,800,000 be increased by a sum of 20,409,473, and the resultant sum of 2,624,209,743 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the compensation to employees, including gratuities, pension, and medical insurance. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Recurrent expenditure in respect of the Department of Public Service Administration and Devolution.
Chair.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 86,2,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Public Service Administration and Devolution, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025/2026 table for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call upon Honorable Anyaga to second.
Honorable Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Public Service Administration and Devolution, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. Kindly put your microphone on. Okay.
So I want to confirm it is the part on 86 million. Very well. Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 86 million, 25,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 48 million, 770,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 134 million, 795,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 25-26 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure on public service administration and devolution. And I call upon Honorable Milka Nyambura to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as put by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 86,025,000 be increased by a sum of 48,770,000 and the resultant sum of 134,795,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Public Service Administration and Devolution. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue.
Chairperson, Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 171,164,100 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call upon Honorable Gitau to second on the same.
Chair, I second. I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Finance, Economic Planning and ICT and Revenue. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 171,164,100 shillings be increased by a sum of 125,436,791 shillings, and the resultant sum of 296,600,891 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 25-26 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on the 27th tabled on the 27th June 2025 with respect to the revenue expenditure of Department of Finance and Economic Planning, ICT, and Revenue.
I propose the question.
I call Honorable Bai to second.
I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 171,164,100 be increased by a sum of 125,436,791 shillings, and the resultant sum of 296,600,881 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT, and Revenue. May those of similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Health Services.
Chairperson, Department of Health Services.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 558,380,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent fund for the Department of Health Services, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call Honorable Bogo to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Health Services, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 558,380,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 24,572,500 shillings, and the result sum of 582,952,500 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of Department of Health Services. And I call Honorable Mirika to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 558,380,000 be increased by a sum of 24,572,500 shillings, and the resultant sum of 582,952,500 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Health Services. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection.
Chairperson, Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection. Kindly, Chair, put your microphone on and repeat kindly.
Thank you, Chair. You see, we have a new baptism name, social protection. Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 268,734,187 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Duncan Githinji to second.
Thank you, Chair. And I second.
I propose the question as put by the chairperson, Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of the 268,734,187 shillings be increased by sum of 29,559,560 shillings, and the result sum of the 299,293,747 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied accordance with items of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect to the current expenditure of the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture and Gender Social Protection. I propose Honorable Getau to second.
Honorable Chair, I second.
I propose the question as put by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the sum of, that this proposed sum of 268,734,187 shillings be increased by a sum of 29,559,560 shillings, and the resultant sum of 298,293,747 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 92,710,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fishery, and the sum be applied to according with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025, and I call Honorable Milika to second.
Chair, I second.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed
I propose the question as put by the chair, Committee on Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the proposed sum of 92,710,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 12,897,825 shillings, and the result sum of 105,677,825 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget and Appropriation Estimate Financial Year 25-26 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on the 27th June. I think there's a mistake in this one. It was the 5th of June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. And I call Honorable Gitau Shamata to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation, and for the sake of Hansard, to assure you that there is no mistake, because the motion is moved on today. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 92,710,000 be increased by a sum of 12,897,825 shillings, and the resultant sum of 105,607,825 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. May those of a similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay, and the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation.
Chairperson, Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 86,650,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect to the recurrent vote for the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025/2026 tabled for consideration on 27th June 2025. I call upon Honorable Rusi Kidinji to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as put by the Chairperson, Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 86,650,000 be increased by a sum of 19,565,402 shillings, and the resultant sum of sum of 106,200,000 215,402 shillings be increased from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sport and Innovations. I call Honorable Bae to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 86,650,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 19,565,402 shillings, and the resultant sum of 106,215,402 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the Budget Estimates Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation. I now, may those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership.
Chairperson, Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership. All designated member. Kindly, Chair, put the microphone on and repeat.
Thank you. I had not believed with this one, Chair. There is something lost. I can just put it in. Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 63,545,050 shillings quoted in figure be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership, and the sum be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for the consideration on 6th May 2025. Chair, I call Honorable Gashino to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as put by the Chair, Department Committee on Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 63,545,050 shillings be increased by a sum of 8,245,966 shillings, and the result sum of 71,790,960 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on the 27th June 2025 with with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. And I call Honorable Wanyanga, majority to second.
I second.
Okay. Okay. I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 63,545,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 8,245,960 and the resultant sum of 71,790,960 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget Estimates Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Chairperson, Committee on Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 49,800,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect to the current vote for the water, sanitation, environment, tourism, climate change and natural resources, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Rusege to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as put by the Chair, Committee on Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that I propose sum of 49,800,000 shillings be increased by sum of 6,450,000 shillings at the result of sum of 56,250,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the items of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect.
Person, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 49,800,000 be increased by a sum of 6,450,000 and the resultant sum of 56,250,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget Estimates Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the water, sanitation, environment, tourism, climate change, and natural resources. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chairperson, Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chair, I beg to move that sum of 74,100,000 185,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development, and the same be applied according with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Mwangi Wanyaga to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 74,185,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 100,000 shillings, and the total sum of 72,085,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Land, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. And I call Honorable Kiruka to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair Committee on or Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now move the question. Sorry. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 74,185,000 be reduced by a sum of 2,100,000 and the resultant sum of 72,085,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works.
Chairperson,
Chair.
Committee on Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that a sum of 87,320,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Department of Transport, Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works in the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on the 6th of May 2025. And I call Honorable Maureen to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair Committee on Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposal of the sum of 87,320,000 be increased by some of the 60,200,000 and the result of some of the 103,520,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same applied accordance
with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect to the current expenditure of the Department of Road Transport, Energy and Public Works. And I call Honorable Keruka second.
Chair, I second. I propose the question as moved by the chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 87,320,000 be increased by a sum of 16,200,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 103,520,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Olkalau Municipality.
Chairperson or designated member, lands, fiscal planning, housing, and urban development.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 36 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for all Kalau municipality, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Duncan to second.
Thank you, Chair, and I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. I now put the question that the sum of 36 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for all Karau municipality, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization budget, with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. May those of a similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Engineer Municipality.
Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 32,700,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the current vote for the Engineer Municipality, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 8th May 2025. And I call Honorable Gitau to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 32,700,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 1,500,000 shillings, and the resulting sum of 34,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget and Estimation Committee financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on the 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of Engineer Municipality, and I call Honorable Kagwe to second.
Honorable Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Committee on Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of that 2,700,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 1,500,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 34,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the Budget Estimates Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the engineer municipality. May those of a similar opinion say aye.
Aye.
May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Mairoinya Municipality.
Chairperson, Lands, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 33,700,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent vote for the Mailoinya municipality, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Duncan to second.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the committee, by the chair member, by the chair, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that sum of Kenya shilling, that 3,700,000 be increased by sum of Kenya shilling 650,000.
Kindly, Chair, repeat the domestic in figures.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the proposed sum of that 3,700,000 be increased by sum of Kenya shilling 2 billion.
Kindly, Chair, it's repeat the figures correctly.
That 3 million. That's what I have said, Chair. That 3,700,000 be increased by a sum of Kenya shilling 2,650,000, and the resultant sum of that 6,350,000, that's a 6,350,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with the respect of the recurrent expenditure of the Mairoinya municipality. Thank you, Chair. I beg to call Honorable Itau to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of that 3,700,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 2,650,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of that 6,350,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget and budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the Mairoinya municipality. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
The County Assembly.
County Assembly Service Board.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 35 million shillings be issued from the county revenue fund.
Kindly, Chair, repeat.
Sorry, Chair, I rectify. Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 820 20 million shillings be issued from the county revenue to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the recurrent fund for the county assembly, and the same be applied in accordance with itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025.
Kindly call the seconder.
I call Gashoba to second.
Thank you, Chair. I do second.
I propose the question as moved by the designated member of the County Assembly Service Board. Chairperson, Committee on Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 820 million shillings be decreased by a sum of 21,654,307 shillings, and the resultant sum of 798,345,693 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1, Annexure 2, in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 25-26 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the County Assembly. I'll call the Chairman, Honorable Kongo, to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Committee, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 820 million shillings be decreased by a sum of 21,654,307 shillings. I beg to repeat. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 820,000 I repeat kindly. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 820 million shillings be decreased by a sum of 21,654,307 shillings, and the resultant sum of 798,345,683 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 2 in the report of the Budget Estimate Financial Year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the recurrent expenditure of the County Assembly. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Chair, we proceed to the development expenditure in regards to the county funds.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the sum of that million shillings only be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of development expenditure of the county funds, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates 2025-2026, tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I propose Honorable Mazu to second.
I second.
I propose the question as moved by the chair of Chair Committee on Special Funds Accounts. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 30 million shillings and be reduced by a sum of 5 million shillings, and the resultant sum of 25 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the county funds. I call Honorable Keruka to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as put by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 30 million shillings be reduced by a sum of 5 million shillings, and the resultant sum of 25 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the county funds. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Public Service, Administration and Devolution.
Chairperson or designated member, Committee on Public Service, Administration and Devolution.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 352,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development of the public service, administration and devolution, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025, and I call Honorable Geshoke to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by Chairperson, Committee on Public Service, Administration and Devolution. And I'll put the question that a sum of 352,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development vote for the public service and administration and devolution, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue.
Chairperson or designated member for Committee on Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 213,490,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Milka to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 213,490,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 48,777,036 shillings, and the resultant sum of the 164,712,964 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled today with respect to the development expenditure of the Department Finance, Economics, Planning, ICT and Revenue. Call upon Honorable Gitau to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 213,490,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 48,777,036 shillings, and the resultant sum of 164,712,964 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on the 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Health Services.
Chairperson or designated member, Committee on Health Services.
On behalf of the Chair, Health, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that sum of 250,050,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2026 in respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Health Services, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget tabled today. And I call upon Honorable Maureen to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the designated member of the Committee on Health Services, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that proposal of sum of the 205,050,000 shillings be reduced by sum of 22,775,385 shillings, and the result of sum of 182,224,615 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-26 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect of the development expenditure of the Department of Health Service. And I call Honorable Bogo to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 205,050,000 shillings be reduced by a sum of 22,775,385 shillings, and the resultant sum of 182,274,615 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Health Services. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection.
Chairperson or designated member of the Committee on Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection.
Chair, I beg to move that sum of 81,400,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect to the development expenditure for the education, technical training, culture, gender and social protection, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-26, tabled for consideration on 6th May of 2025. I call upon Honorable Education, Honorable Milka to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the designated member of Committee on Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 81,400,000 shilling be increased by a sum of 30,368,753 shillings, and the resultant sum of 111,768,753 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the sum be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, tabled on 27 June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the education, technical training, culture, gender and social protection. Chair, I call Honorable Luogashindo to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 81,400,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 30,368,753,000. Sorry, I beg to repeat. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 81,400,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 30,368,753,000 368,753 and the resultant sum of 111,768,753 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the education, technical training, culture, gender, and social protection. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries.
Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank the Honorable Chair. I beg to move that a sum of 487,970,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development expenditure of the agriculture, agrobusiness, livestock, and fishery, and the sum be applied accordingly with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2026, and I call Honorable Milika to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Committee on Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee, all designated members.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 487,970,000 shilling be increased by a sum of 18,650,000 and the resultant sum of the 506,620,000 be issued from the Revenue Fund of the same being applied accordance with the itemization Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimate 25-26 by the Budget Appropriation Committee tabled today with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. I call upon Honorable Kadogo, Honorable to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 487,970,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 18,650,000 shillings and the resultant sum of 506,620,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation.
Chairperson or designated member, the Committee on Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 12 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Youth, Sports and Innovations, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I call on Nabombogo Mboru to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 12 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1,100,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 13,100,000 be issued from the county revenue fund, and the same be applied according with the itemized of Annex 1 in the report of budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect on the development expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sport and Innovation. And I call Honorable Mirika to support.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 12 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1 million shillings, and the result 1 million shillings 100,000, and the resultant sum of 13 million shillings 100,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation. May those of a similar opinion say aye. Aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership.
Chairperson, Committee on Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move.
Proceed.
I beg to move that a sum of 17,900,000 be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect to the development expenditure for the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate 25-26 tabled today, May 2025. I call upon Honorable Ishuke to second.
Honorable Gishuke.
The Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the designated member of the Committee on Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 17,900,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 9,300,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 27,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. And I call Honorable Gitau to second.
Honorable Chair, is second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 17,900,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 9,300,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 27,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development, Trade and Partnership. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Chair. Chair, I
proceed.
I beg to move that a sum of 268,500,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet the expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development expenditure for Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026, tabled for considerations on the 6th of May 2025. I wish to call Honorable Thu to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Committee on Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 260,500,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 233,624,504, and the resultant sum of 502,124,504 be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of budget estimate 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled today with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources. Call upon Honorable Matthew to second.
Chair, I beg to second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 268,500,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 233,624,504 shillings, and the resultant sum of 502,124,504 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annex 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chairperson, Lands, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 61,100,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development expenditure for the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Madhu to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development, Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 3 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1,200,000.
Honorable Chair, yes. Can you repeat?
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 3 million shillings. Yeah? No, mine is 3. Unless there's a problem on what I'm reading. Sorry. Chair, I beg to move that the sum of 732,800,000 shillings Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 61,100,000 shillings be increased by sum of 27,450,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 8,550,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of budget estimate financial year 25-26 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee table on 27 June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. And I call Honorable Gashomba to second.
You see what the Vice Chair has already alluded. I was not in the House, but I agree because I trust him. I have no option, Chairman, so I support. I second.
Point of order.
What is it, Honorable Gishuki?
It is not. How does he say that he has no choice? Either he is in support or not. Cannot say he's being forced. Can he clarify?
Go ahead, Gishuki. I think what he said is he's a member of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, so he is aware of the information, and so he seconds. It's quite in order. I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 61,100,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 27,450,000 and the resultant sum of 88,550,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025, with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works.
Chairperson, Chairperson Committee on Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. Honorable Bogo.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Proceed, Honorable Steve. Proceed.
On behalf of my chair, I beg to move that the sum of 732,800,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of development expenditure for the Department of Road, Transport, Energy and Public Works, and the same be applied with accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. I request Honorable Shege Gadrimo to second.
Order, order, honorable member. Order.
I call Honorable Bogo to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the chairperson, Committee on Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. I now put the question, chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 732,800,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 659,249,776 shillings, and the resultant sum of 1,392,049,776 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. And I call Honorable Gashomba to second.
Thank you, Chair. It is second.
I propose the question as moved by the chairperson, Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 732,800,000 shillings be increased by a sum of 659,249,776, and the resultant sum of 1,392,049,776 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
Olkalau Municipality Board.
Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 3 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of 2026 in respect of the development of expenditure for Olkalau Municipality Board, and the same be applied in according with the itemized budget estimates financial year 2025-2026, tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025. And I call Honorable Getau to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Chair, I beg to move that the proposed of sum of the 3 million be increased by sum of 1,200,000 shillings, at the result of sum of 4,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget Appropriation Committee, tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Orokarau municipality. And I call Honorable Gashoba to second.
Okay, Chair, I do second.
I propose the question as moved by the Committee on Lands, Physical Planning and Urban Development. Chairperson, Committee on Budget and Appropriation.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 35 million shillings. Sorry. Chair, I beg to move that the proposed sum of 3 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1,200,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 4,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimate financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of Orokarau municipality. And I call Honorable Bai to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson Committee on Budget and Appropriation. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 3 million shillings be increased by a sum of 1,200,000 shillings, and the resultant sum of 4,200,000 shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 1 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriations Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the Orokarau municipality. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Next.
The County Assembly.
Designated member of the County Assembly Service Board.
Chair, I beg to move that a sum of 35 million shillings be issued from the County Revenue Fund to meet expenditure during the financial year ending the 30th day of June 2026 in respect of the development expenditure of the County Assembly, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemized budget estimate financial year 2025 to 2026 tabled for consideration on 6th May 2025, and I call Majority Leader to second.
Good.
I propose the question as moved by the designated member of the County Assembly Service Board. Chairperson, Committee on Budget and Appropriation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I beg to move that sum of Kenya shilling, 35 million, be increased by shilling is 80 million, and the resultant sum of 123 million be issued to the County Revenue Fund, and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization Annex 2 in the report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee 2025 to 2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27 June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the County Assembly. And I call Honorable Matthew to second.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question as moved by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee. I now put the question that the proposed sum of 35 million shillings be increased by 88 million shillings and the resultant sum of 123 million be issued from the County Revenue Fund and the same be applied in accordance with the itemization of Annexure 2 in the report of the budget estimates financial year 2025-2026 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee tabled on 27th June 2025 with respect to the development expenditure of the County Assembly. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Honorable members, Honorable Chair Committee on Public, Chairperson Honorable Isaac Kongo, Chairperson Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to beg or to move that the committee does report to the Assembly its consideration of the Nyandarua County budget estimate for the County Executive and the County Assembly for the financial year 2025-2026. I call upon my Vice Chair, Honorable Gitau, to second.
Honorable Chair, I second.
I propose the question that the committee does adopt. Sorry. I propose the question that the committee does report to the Assembly its consideration of the Nyandarua County budget estimates for the County Executive and the County Assembly for financial year 2025-2026. I now put the question that the committee does report to the Assembly its consideration of the Nyandarua County budget estimates for the County Executive and the County Assembly for financial year 2025-2026. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Honorable members, the House resumes for normal business.
Honorable members, I welcome you back. We can proceed with the report of the Committee of Supply on the Nyandarua County budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Samuel Chege Gadrimo, the Deputy Speaker, Chairperson, Committee of Supply. You can proceed and report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has today, the 27th day of June 2025, considered the Nyandarua
Honorable members, let us consult in low tones.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has today, the 27th day of June 2025, considered the Nyandarua County budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 and approved the recurrent and development votes for various executive departments, offices, boards, and the County Assembly as follows. Honorable Speaker, we have considered the Office of the Governor, the Office of the County Secretary, Office of the County Attorney, the County Public Service Board, county funds, compensation to employees including gratuities, pension, and medical insurance. We have considered, Honorable Speaker, Department of Public Service, Administration and Devolution, the Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue, the Department of Health Services, the Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture, Gender and Social Protection, Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. We have considered the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports and Innovation, the Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership, the Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change and Natural Resources. We have considered the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. We have considered the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works. We have considered Olkalau Municipality, Eugenia Municipality and Mailonia in Municipality. Mr. Speaker, we have considered the County Assembly, the county funds, Department of Public Service, Administration and Devolution, Department of Finance, Economic Planning, ICT and Revenue, Department of Health Services, Department of Education, Technical Training, Culture and Social Protection, Department of Agriculture, Agribusiness, Livestock and Fisheries. As far as development is concerned, Department of Youth, Sports and Innovations, Department of Trade, Industrialization, Cooperative Development and Partnership, Department of Water, Sanitation, Environment, Tourism, Climate Change, Natural Resources. We have considered the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Speaker, even on development, we have considered the Department of Roads, Transport, Energy and Public Works, Olkalau Municipality, and the County Assembly.
Yes, Honorable, yes, you can proceed and
And Mr. Speaker, sir, I now table the report of the Committee of Supplies.
thank you, Honorable DS, Honorable Chege Gadirimo, member for Gate Award. The report is duly given and tabled. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a motion by Honorable Isaac Kongo Wanjiru, the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Very well, Honorable Isaac Kongo Wanjiru, Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee, member for Wanjiru Ward.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that this House does agree with the Committee of Supply in the resolution table today, the 27th day of June 2025. I call upon Honorable Gitau to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
I propose thank you, Honorable Gitau. Honorable members, I propose a question, which is that this House does agree with the Committee of Supply in the resolution table today, the 27th day of June 2025. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that this House does agree with the Committee on Supply in the resolution tabled today, the 27th day of June 2025. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, congratulations, you have passed the budget for financial year 2025-2026. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a motion by Honorable Elijah Mwangi Nyaga, the leader of the majority party.
Very well, Honorable Elijah Mwangi Nyaga, leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 29, subsection 3, I beg to move the following motion that this House does resolve to adjourn to a day other than the next normal sitting day in accordance with the Assembly calendar, such that this House does resolve to adjourn its sittings from today, 27th day of June 2025, and to resume on Wednesday, 2nd day of July 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Honorable Speaker, as every member knows that indeed we did lose one of our members, and because we want to give Honorable Wahito a very dignified set-off, it is of the opinion of this House and the House Business Committee that we reserve that very day to honor our departed colleague, and given that the burial is designated to be on the very day that is an assembly day, that's the apparent reason why we am humbly requesting that we adjourn to Wednesday, the following coming week. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And having said that, I now beg the minority leader to second on the said motion. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do second. Of course, all of us are aware that we have an important day. It is going to be marked in the history of this assembly, among the days that to be commemorated, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Mwangi Gishoki, the minority leader. I now propose the question, which is that the House does resolve to adjourn to a day other than the next normal sitting day in accordance with the Assembly calendar, such that this House does resolve to adjourn its sittings from today, the 27th day of June 2025 at 9:30 a.m. to resume on Wednesday, the 2nd day of July 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Matimo.
I support and I call the mover.
Thank you, Honorable Matimo. I think that happened last time. But again, there was no debater. There was no debate when I proposed the question. So there was nothing to be responded to. You remember, I know last time we had an incident where the chair forgot to call the mover and it passed. So in this case, there was no debate when we proposed the question. So the mover had nothing to respond.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So only that, Mr. Speaker, you had indicated that Honorable Stephen had a problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is interesting when the House is interesting. It is equally interesting when members are happy. So let me put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the House does resolve to adjourn to a day other than the the next normal sitting day in accordance with the assembly calendar, such that this House does resolve to adjourn its sitting from today, the 27th day of June 2025 at 9:30 a.m. to resume on Wednesday, the 2nd day of July 2025 at 9:30 a.m. May those of a similar opinion say aye. May those of a contrary opinion say nay. And the ayes have it. Clerk, next order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we've exhausted the business for the days of the paper.
Having no other business to transact under this sitting, I now adjourn the House to Wednesday, the 2nd day of July 2025 at 9:30 a.m.
Honorable members, just before you leave.
Another name, it would be the Nyandarua County Assembly. Being one of the 47 county assemblies created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010.
Had all the reasons to do the rebranding.
The meaning of our colors is as follows. Green symbolizes abundance and agriculture as the economic mainstay of the county. Yellow symbolizes hospitality of Nyandarua people. Gold symbolizes winning spirit of Nyandarua people. As we open a new chapter, we are delighted to unveil our new look, which is a microcosm of our commitment to keep bettering our best.